Hi everybody, I'm Kelly Stark, Stark Art Designs, and you're about to watch a video on how to make a box purse with a magnetic closure and feet. Please fast forward through any of the hand sewing or obviously anything that you think you've got and you don't know, but I don't edit these videos for a reason because some people like to watch them all the way through and some people actually use them to fall back to sleep at night. I hope this video helps you, and please reach out to me if you have any questions or need further help. Happy finishing and enjoy the video. Today is making a boxed purse project. I've already prepared a lot of what we're doing today ahead of time to try to save you a little bit because there's a lot of hand sewing and things like that. So the first thing I did is I took the heavy fusible interfacing and I put that inside of our needlepoint just like always. Anytime like an ornament, any of that. And so I got that all prepared first, did the darts in the corners, laid over the seams, because this bag isn't going to be bending a whole lot, like major curves. We don't dart all the way across. You can just lay your sides up. All right. So that's the beginning of that. And now we are on to preparing all of the pieces that go around the outside. It's just like the making a box video that I have previously done. So this has a little bit of a lovely bend to it because it's been rolled up for so many years. I don't use this version because I've never truly depended on the glue. But I tested it out on this and I'm going to do it. So let's see, which way is the fabric going? I've been trying to make it be vertical on the sides. It's also that already. And I can feel it underneath. So I'm going to take my iron and just work my way around ironing this on. So I've decided that on this panel, on this box purse, I am going to kind of treat it like I did my needlepoint hydrangea tote that there are pictures of on my Instagram, where it's hard-sided and it's pretty firm. So you're going to do each side in a separate piece. And I decided that the gusset of the bag, it's 3.5 inches deep, that I'm going to do those like I do my boxes, where the gusset piece is all one piece and then we lay the pieces on. That's good. Nice and flat now. Hi-yi-yi, it's kind of hot. But we want to make sure that that glue as it cools, it adheres down. Sorry about the camera wiggle there. My tabletop's a little wiggly. Okay. Now we're going to just cut off excess material. And okay, how did I decide on how big everything is? How big to make this? This is the same size as the exterior of this piece, and then all of the other pieces subsequently match each side's measurement. So that's how I know. That's how I do the stand-ups as well. I can see I didn't get this spot on this corner fabulously, so I'm gonna go ahead and flip it over. Put the heart of the iron right on it. Feels like forever since I've done a video, because it has been, right? Okay. Yeah, and I can see this one. Same. Just kind of checking the lift on everybody else while I've got it flipped. It's really incredible the kind of purse fittings and jewelry fittings and everything that we can find on Amazon now. It used to be really difficult to find upscale, nice fittings. So whenever I cut fabric for rectangles or squares for corners, I simply dart like this. And I don't need this much material all the way around. 3/4 of an inch-ish. It's not going to do it any favors, so we're not going to bother to have any kind of bulk in between this and the lining. Okay. So what we're trying to achieve here is, you know, think how an envelope is folded together. And you can see that I'm staying that little bit, about 1/8 of an inch away from the material, okay, when I'm cutting this. The material side, you don't have to cut right up to the corners, whereas with a needlepoint piece you do, because you have those hard edges, the hard edge of the stitching. And this time I don't have to use hot glue because I have the fusible on the opposite side. But I gotta be careful not to put all of my iron over it because this will smear glue onto it. Okay, there's one. So some people might question why I don't put everything together like you would a pillow. Because I don't like turning needlepoint right side out, like, you know, sewing the interior seams and then flipping everything. Because depending on what it is, like this 13 mesh pepper pot, I believe, and vineyard silks, and doesn't look like, yeah, there is a skein of silk and ivory over there. I was sent pretty much all the colors that they used or thought might go with for cording. So I'm looking over there, just looking at all the different variety of fibers that make up the threads. So okay, so now again we're gonna pull this up, get it pushed over the best we can so that as it glues, this stays butts right up against this edge. Wow, kind of looks almost like I'm folding the mat up. A little woolly mat. Love this pressing mat so much. Okay. And by doing it this way, you can see that those mitered corners are going to be little to no bulk. This fabric has had the fusible interfacing SF101 ironed right onto it, because it's just going to lend to a crisper look to the fabric, and it gives it structure as well. Okay. Now like I said, I've made a few things already ahead of time. And that includes doing this same process to the piece that's going to go over, that's going to be the snap, little strap that goes across the top. I feel like I shouldn't make too short of a strap. It's kind of just there to make sure the big stuff doesn't fall off, unless you're asked to make a lid, but they want just a strap. And this one's a little bit bigger, so I'm going to put 2 little darts here. So actually 3, and really that's not much of a dart. So that when I bring these up, I'm going to put that side down, then this side down, and then that middle one comes up. But typically I do it like this, and I just put some glue in there and I smear it over and press it down. Okay. And so, like when I do these corners, I like to kind of fold this in half, then pull it up and nip it off like that, because it eliminates everything. So we're going to do this again, making a V. Oop, there you go. With my fingers, pushing it up and then pressing it down like that. Yeah, that'll be good. It's funny, it really is just like, making a box that is a stand-up that is a rectangle. Just making all the sides, prepping all the sides, and putting it together. The only thing you really have to be aware of is that when you sew this together, somebody's going to be holding on to it. It's one of the reasons kind of why I don't want to do a dog's collar. This doesn't have quite as much pull on it as the dog's collar does, but I'm so afraid that if I did a dog collar and it was like pulling really hard, I'd never want that dog to escape their owner because I didn't get it attached down well enough. So that's just kind of one of those projects that I avoid. Now, if you feel like once you have put down all the corners and you can kind of feel along the edges, if the corners are lifting away from the fabric or something like that, you can always come back in, give it another iron, and get all that glue that's on the interior reconstituted, meaning the fusible stuff. Okay. Nice. And here's our front and our back are ready. Now we're going to work on the sides. So here are the pre-prepped tabs that I was talking about, and then I'm kind of waiting to do these be in a certain respect, because I have this magnetic clasp, so I will do the one side, which will be the hang it. Wow, that's really together. There we go. So this one will stay on the bag, and then this one, that's the exterior, would go inside of, on the outside of this, okay? But I like to do that at the end once I have the bag all done, because this is going to be, again, sewn, this edge will be put in and sewn in by hand. But once I get this magnet on, I'm kind of waiting for another style one that I found online that I thought might be a better look than having this long tab go on into the interior and buckle to it. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. Yes, I'm literally waiting for them to get here. And then I will sew around it, and the buckle will be on the inside. The magnet, excuse me. Okay, so now we're going to grab and bring this. Oops. I can move my ironing pad now. For the moment. So we're going to discuss, I have decided to have a wood base, and it is just 1/8" basswood. It's not very heavy, it's lightweight. It's something that I had for my Cricut Maker, just so that it's very rigid. It's going to hold our little feeties on here really well. They're just a small silver, and I just use my X-Acto knife. You could also use a box cutter, and I just scored. You don't have to have, I did not use my bandsaw for this. I did it by hand. Just keep swimming, just keep cutting until you get through. And then I drilled the whole pilot holes for it, and I sanded down all of the edges, because you don't want this rubbing on the interior of the fabric. That's another reason why using the fusible interfacing is a good idea, because it gives you another barrier between your material and something like this. Just a note to yourself: when you're drilling holes into a piece of wood like this, you can see, maybe I can catch it, that on my very first one, I drilled down through, and I didn't put it on anything when I drilled it, drilled a hole straight through. Actually, it's one of them. Yeah, it is that one. So when I went through the top, the hole's fine, right? Sorta. But when it doesn't have something on the back side, and it's this soft of wood, it has a tendency to really chop away, break away. So if you take your drill and drill it down through with a board across on the back side of it, it'll stop that from happening, okay, with the wood. Not always, but for the most part. The next thing And then I'm looking for a piece of, I don't have it over here. I'm trying to smooth this corner a little bit. Felt like that a little sharp. If you don't have sandpaper, you can always drag a blade across it and it'll take off the sharp edges. Okay, so I know I have way more fabric here than I need. What I did was I measured out my 3.5 inches on my material, cut it so that the seam allowance isn't, so when we turn it over, isn't horribly big. Okay. And then I've been trying to decide if I want to glue this down or not. And I think that I do. So give me 1 second. Okay, so I just sprayed some of my 3M spray. Yeah, you can see it there. And on the one side, and the reason why I think I want to do this is because when I put the screws down in there, the feet, I don't want my fabric to really fray out too much. I'm going to have to cut it a little bit. And I don't want to, as I'm cranking down on it, have the fabric twist. Because sometimes that happens on the stand-ups. When I put like screw feet up in, it will grab it and pull the material, even though I've already made a pilot hole. You can use foam core for this. You do not have to use a piece of wood. I just have it and wanted to make sure that it was nice because it's a kind of a small bag. I mean, this is 7 3/4 by 7 3/4. So it's not huge. So I figured that might give it a little more ballast at the base, but it's not a lot. So you can also do the exact same thing with taking and doing a small core out with a blade, but a lot of times I will make a pilot hole with my dowel needle or an upholstery needle, and then I will anything that's a little bit thicker, I'll take my jewelry pliers and then down in to the width that I want for size, because you don't want to have to try to screw that up through. Now obviously this is 1/8 of an inch. It should be fine doing the using that foam core with the screws. They're a nice size. The threading on the screw is pretty decent. I'm sure that it has oh, that's not gonna work because never mind. So yeah, that's a thing. Now, what I'm thinking about is, do I butt this up against it, flip it over, iron it on, or do I get all of this turned around, turned, like just rolling the edge over a little bit so that it puts a fold in it and it'll go over easier? Or do I use glue down the side, which I don't think I'm going to do, because the hot glue along the edge as you're trying to sew the sides together, it can be a pain in the butt to drag that curved needle through. So here we go. I'm just gonna cut this off. There. This here. Now, I do have a concern about the thickness of this wood, and then folding these up, that it's going to alter my vertical. But I think I'll be fine. I hope. So, to say that I have done a million of these is no, I don't want you to think that. We're kind of doing the process together and how you have to think that engineering through. So I'm staying about 1/4 of an inch away this time in these areas because this is thicker. And fabric is a little more forgiving, again, than needlepoint canvas, because, you know, hiding that white canvas, it's difficult. I'm going to hit my head on the camera. Okay. Trying to let you see everything I'm doing, but it's such a long piece of material. So now I gotta start down here. Okay. Now I need my ironing pad back. Okay, gotta stand up. I'm trying to pull that up. Pull this up. Uh-oh. Looks like somebody's about to walk in the studio. Okay, let's try this again. Not sure. So I've just been folding this over, getting that ironed on. And now I'm going to iron down this side. Hot, hot, hot. That'll work. Yay. Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to get this rolled up. All right. Get all of those. And now we're going to bring this and this. Love it when a plan comes together. Just putting a dart in on this side. I'll move it in just a second. Okay. 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 I almost grabbed onto the glue gun. No, 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 no. I'm pulling that up. I'm pulling it back over because it didn't go right up to the edge. That feels like that's pretty decent. Okay. fold it up. Okay, push, push, push. A little more at this end. Now we're gonna roll that. Okay. All right. And now just gonna fold that, bend it up. All right, last corner, and then we're gonna start pinning it all together. Then it's time to hand sew. Woo-hoo-hoo! Hand sewing. Yahoo! All right, let's get this. Iron this on. Okay. Now, I'm gonna bring this up. This up. And let's utilize our tomatoes. Oh, wait. Hold on. Now we're going to get our feet set in. So I'm going to take that dowel needle I was talking about. I'm going to cut away the fabric that I have now laid over two of my holes. Okay. Put a pilot hole through so I can see where I'm going. Okay. I'm just putting my X-Acto knife down in a little bit to open up the rest of that hole. Hold my finger. Trying to push this fabric down. There. Gotta cut a little bit more. What I think I have to do is kind of open it, get that material nice and open like that. And because this is so close and I got a little bit of glue, clean that up. Right? Now let's see if we can get that through there. There it goes. There it is. All right. Now see if I can get this to thread on. And it's doing exactly what I thought as I compressed it. So instead of on this side making it tight and screwing up the fabric, it's still caught on the threads. I'm going to take a screwdriver on this side. Ooh, are you too big? Yeah, I think you're too big. Where did I see the other screwdriver? There it is. Tiny screwdriver. And that way that holds still on the back. And that pulls it up without wrinkling and twirling our fabric. Okay. And just work our way around, work it around, work it around. Now I know why, after all these years, it used to be a joke that when I went out to the barn to see my grandfather, if he was working on any kind of machinery, he would have me stand there for just a minute. Just wait here for a second. And then when he needed to tighten a screw down or take some tiny screw off, he would have me thread it on because it's easier. Because now it's like, oh my gosh, your hands just don't work the same way. Okay, let's see if I can get it to go. There. Okay. Yeah, it was, hey sis, come here. I could use some help with this. Makes you feel important. Got a job to do. Okay, I can go straight to that. So this time I didn't put the X-Acto blade down in there, and I'm just letting it pop through. Okay. All right. And it seems to collar up in there a little bit better. But I'll probably end up pushing it all back out as it comes to the side. Nope. Okay. There it goes. And flip it. Get rid of the big one. I keep grabbing that instead of the little one. I am a habitual over tightener. Okay, that's okay. That thread. I don't know if I can get this. Okay, it is. Okay. Nope. Why aren't you going on? Interesting. That's royally gonna suck. I can't get it to thread. Yeah. Well, those are fine. Right, there's no reason why this shouldn't thread other than it's a problem child. All right, fine. Are you not even? You know, it's always something. Just saying. It's always the last one that's like, no, no, no. No, no, this is not happening. I don't know what you thought you were doing, but it isn't this. There we go. Maybe that'll help. So that's okay. Yep. Now let's see if we can tighten it down. Yes. There we go. Okay. So the best part about this with the no seams at the base, right, is we don't have to worry about cording around the bottom. So we're just going to be able to do cording around the front and cording around the back. And I might try to make it one long piece. But we'll have to see. I'm not sure about that. Now my mind's turning, sorry. Okay, so now we're going to utilize those tomatoes. Get them to hold it together up here. And actually, because I manipulated this one so much, I got to do a little right there. Get all that fluff up and in. Okay, one, this one, same. Okay. Okay, so put that there. This here. And that's our bottom. So line it up. Hold on, I gotta get my okay, so now we're just pinning this all together. Might have missed a segment or so because every time I have to pause it, I screw it up. Trying to find those skinny pins. Come on now. Um, a little harder to, that bottom piece being wood, it's harder to put the pins in. Okay. So I'm gonna shift back. All right, I gotta. Interesting how the fabric side goes together so differently than the front. Sorry, I try not to do that with you guys. So I'm trying to keep this right on the corner, the seam, versus the other way. That's better. This one could be a tad bit shorter, but I'm not gonna make myself too nuts about it. Because eventually, when you start sewing all this together, it all works out. There. Okay. because you won't be able to tell where it begins and it ends. You know, like if it's looking a little off right now, once you get through, okay, and it doesn't have the pins in there kind of making bad angles just because how you have to pin it. It all kind of works itself out. Okay. See? Already got its feet on. That's a good thing. All right. So now I'm just going to be going around through the front side first. Get my finger grips. See how I do with that one. Because it's got the little nubbly thing still on it. Right. One, two, three, four. I'm spinning that tail around and you pull it. Right. That's one knot. Yeah, this is not going to work. Oof. That's way too big. Turn this guy right side out. I have a velveteen, so I should be okay with this. I was losing the will to live. So, all right, so now I'm gonna cut and a little glue on my knot to set it. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So when I'm stitching something like this, I try very hard to use my curved needle to catch the back and pull the material to meet the needle point. Okay. I do this on pillows too when I do the cording. just start by grabbing, and I'm like sliding that into the, in between the fusible interfacing and the fabric, if I can get it to work. Apologies. This is your time to fast forward. Oop. Sorry. All right, I gotta find a way to get this to stay. Okay. I'm gonna take those out. It's my computer telling me to clean up your junk. It's like, mind your business. I'm in the middle of something. Stop talking to me. I tell you, I'd love to play some music while I do this, but if I play music, then it doesn't let me post my videos because it says you have copyrighted material. And so I don't do it. And you don't want to hear me sing. And you don't even want to hear me hum. Okay. So when I come into this, I'm coming in to the stitch, out this side, into, and running that under the material. Okay. Are we done yet? Oh my goodness. I feel so slow.
Oop. See, this is why I hate pins. This is why I developed, why I do things the way that I do. I don't want to have to deal with clips. I don't want to have to deal with pins. The clips flatten stitches, so shouldn't use them anyway. And I know that this is a little out of focus. Let's see. But I'll try to hold it. Bring it up a little. Okay. I have to shut the autofocus off. Otherwise it keeps jumping to the floor and back and forth and back and forth, and it's like, oh my goodness. Ooh, motorcycle. Now, the one thing you do have to watch is that you don't have your fabric start to buckle, because I tend to be an over puller, but there's a reason, because as you're going around, every time you relax, it loosens. So I'm fighting some glue in this corner piece. Right. I'm just gonna grab there. Get a little tight. 1, 2, 3 of taking it around the curved needle. And I'm gonna knot it. Okay. All right. Okay. I feel like I should be done with this by now, but I know better. Yeah, get off there. Okay, worst thing, catching a pin and not really noticing that you caught it, or it got caught on one that was really close. And then you have to cut it and try to knot it without screwing up the whole thing. Because it's always further to the end where you notice it. Come on, push. Oop. Oof. Okay. So much easier when you have this piece of wood in certain respects because you can grab it. Come on. Mhm. The most boring TV ever. Just saying. See, I did it right there. Wasn't a pin, but it got caught on that. Ooh, wow. I did not put enough pins in the bottom of that. That'll help a little. Okay. Sorry. Now, if any of this white can't pops up, you just push it back down in, roll it under, and sew it on tight. That is a piece of the fabric that is popped up. Ow! I just put my leg back right into the handle for the chair height. Ah, it's gonna leave a bruise. Okay. I'm just trying to make a knot here on the corner. Hmm. Okay. And then once you get your knot set, pull it back down through and done. Okay. Now, and then this time it's kind of both sides. So we're going to do a little more of a traditional ladder stitch than what I was just doing there. Oh my gosh. The disdain for pins right now. Pull. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And set. strawberries. Okay. And we start again. See, and that is why I don't normally drink stuff during filming. Because I'm so talented that I choke on my drink. So I'm gonna go on this side. That lemonade made me choke. Okay. Sorry. So I'm just grabbing a little fabric from each side and making the seam. Sewing the seam, whatever. Some on that side. I try to stay in the valley when I'm bringing the in between the two pieces, when I'm bringing it up and where I'm stitching it, so that it'll kind of pull to the interior of the bag so you can't see it. And then when we go over it with the cording, it'll hide all of our mechanics. I haven't missed this. Just saying. I know there's people out there going, well, Kelly, if you would just use your sewing machine. Nah. Hi, Scrappy. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. What you doing, baby? What you doing? Ah, cha, 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 cha. I know you can't see. All right, go eat your supper. Oh goodness. Now we're good. So after this, we're going to be, wow, I've slid way over. Next is lining. Okay. So trying to engineer these things, sometimes they just don't know how I want to approach it, you know? So I'm still considering which way I'm going to do the lining. So I was proficient at taking things apart to figure out how they were made. Boxes, like jewelry boxes that you would get when you were young, that just had, kind of kid jewelry, and rip them apart, see how they put it together, the packaging. Well, that was that was me. Not every kid does that, but and then you know, uh when you have grandparents that have made it had made it through the depression, my grandmother didn't throw away anything, and she would take, like, when cigarettes came in a box, like a really nice little cardboard box, she'd put wallpaper on it or gift wrapping paper on it or material on it, and so make all these fun pretty little boxes out of something that was just going to be thrown out. So I shouldn't be surprised I am the way that I am with engineering things and hoarding craft supplies. Okay. If you find that it's really hard to work on because it's just so mushy, which this one definitely is, I will sometimes stuff it with some styrofoam, something like that. I gotta go see what this dog is doing. Hold on. Okay. Gotta pay attention to that little turkey, or else he'll getting into stuff that he shouldn't be. Because he's a scrounger. He likes to find. He is definitely a Hoover dog. Trying to eat up everything that drops on the floor. So I'm trying to decide for the lining if I do a pocket, do I, just keep it really simple, not the fancy. So throughout the years, when I actually carried a purse, because I don't carry them now, I would look at how they manufactured purses, especially when, it was an inexpensive purse, so obviously not engineered well. And I'd, hear change in between the lining and I was like, how the heck did that get in there? So, yet again, if it's not a box that I'm taking apart to see how it goes together, or packaging, it's my purses, it's eyeglass cases. Oh, I found a really cool one, but I don't know. I gotta look into a metal bender because I just was so intrigued by it when I got my glasses. I think it was last year. Okay, almost there, guys. And now, why do I do this every time I do a knot? Because if you were to just nip it off at this point, then the tail is so short the knot could come unfurled. So let's just not take any chances. Okay. Pull it back down under, and now you have this nice long leader. Okay. So I think how I'm going to do this is it's going to be one panel, front and back, separate panels, and then a nice big piece that just boops right in the bottom and pulls all of that lining down nice and tight. Because then the front and the back panel will have even more rigidity, and none on the sides will allow for any kind of, bend if they want it. When they tell me they want it as a box, I'm a little apropos. Uh, like it to come like this. maybe. Have to work on that. Okay. So our next step is going to be putting the lining inside. So I have lining pieces prepared, and I went about trying to decide how to do this by, you know, it's basically the same way that I did the box video that says, has a B on the front of it, BS. Okay, so you basically, I love these quilting rulers for this reason. You're putting it in, and I can see that it is 7 5/8. Excuse me. Yeah, 7 5/8. So, and I know it's 3.5 deep. So what I did is I made, just again, the heavy interfacing, and I'm going to be taking that. So the side pieces are going to be single panels that go in and they kind of bend, and then the front panels are going to slide on the back side of the flaps that I'm going to leave out on each side from these side panels. So then those go down, the fronts go down over, front and back. And then eventually, once all of that's sewn in, I'll stick another piece of fabric covered, where is it? It's here somewhere. Oh. Of wood. Okay, same thing that I did before, except no pilot holes. Then the next thing I made was just out of scrap pieces of material are going to be hangers that are going to be placed inside of here for the rings to the handles. And these rings have a separate opening, so I don't have to put the D-rings in now. I can just slide them right through the material. All right, so here we go. Yeah, I gotta prep this stuff first. So the side panels, I went ahead and I folded this top over and I ironed it. And I'm going to, from the outside, like this, I'm going to dart this while holding it on the outside. Here's where this panel, I go like that. Okay. And now I'm coming over here to the other side, and I'm darting this like so. Okay. So the key to this, if you put them in straight like this, the problem with that is that the when you go to hang the front and the back pieces on these edges, they will be too high. Okay, so we have to take this and make it into an angle down. So I'm taking that dart and I'm literally folding this over. Okay, boom, boom. Give me 1 second. Put this on the ironing pad. Of course, they all move out of my hand. Come on. Then again, side, sorry. Oh, I gotta move this pad over here so that I can do that over here from now on. Okay. All right. And now I'm going to pull the whole thing in and try to fit my darts into those corners. And I'm gonna put pin right across the top. Okay. And here. Just like that. Now I'm going to take my hand and slide that down in and kind of flatten it against the interior. And it folded over pretty good at the bottom because I don't have the material. I try to keep the material very kind of short. So I am folding the inside at the bottom, trying to catch the light a little there. But you can also pull this back up after you've folded it and put a little, just a slit. Don't do a full-on dart, because if it isn't perfect and you slit it up too high, now you've got a mark that potentially isn't covered. And see, hold on. I can't see anything myself because I'm trying to keep it on camera, but also catch the light. So the base, when we put it in, might not fit perfectly up against all the sides. So we want to make sure that we have a little ridge of fabric around the bottom so it hides any of the white or the dark gray fabric that's in there, right? And so now we're going to do the other end. And we can take and put that down a little bit more as well. You can see that even though I made the darts and I made the angles, they're not tremendous angles down because they won't be able to hold that fabric up for the front piece if we don't keep them not quite so crazy angled. So again, we, hold it on the outside like this, and where this is, we make a dart, and this, and this. Okay. Now, one of the other things you can do is, while you have it up here, because it's been a little bit since I have done something like this. You can preemptively, I am looking at the bottom, and I'm just going to go nip, nip, okay? Because it gives me, it's hanging off just far enough to be able to do that and see where it's going to land, right? So now I have to do the whole Just making sure that it's still relatively in focus, sort of. All right. I, way over there. Okay. So now we're gonna go like this. Come on. There's one. Do the opposite. And two. Now, I am sure that there's probably an easier way to do it. This just works for my brain, so this is how I do it. But I've also looked at like how other manufacturing places, put purses together. I constantly am looking because if it is something that is manufactured, typically they're going to figure out ways to do it in the least amount of touching it and the easiest way possible. Doesn't mean it's always the best way, but it does mean that usually you can see some little engineering bits of it where it's like, oh, that's a really good trick. So I try to be open to things like that. Now, again, I acknowledge not everybody is going to want to do it this way and are like, yeah, no, I'm all set. But for me, it gets the best coverage, and this is a great way to do tiny lined pieces, such as there used to be I have a tooth fairy box that it's basically one of the cube ornaments, and that it folds up into a little square, and I forgot to turn my phone down again. What's really interesting about it is that there was a Tiffany box and some other different. Okay, see how I can see that there's white showing on it's interfacing? I want to lift this up and pop that under the other piece. And actually, I'm going to bring it up and cut it off. That will be like a neon sign in there. What's the date today? Okay. Hold, please. All right, so now that lining is set, that part of it. Okay, so now I set this to the side and I grab we want to bring, so this time we want to make our dart here. And I want to make sure that this is gonna turn over evenly eventually, because right now we don't care about that. And this is not the fusible kind, because the fusible kind is so very thick. I wanted to not have it be quite as heavy because I don't want the lining to be like protruding out and, you know, it looks like more than, more prominent than the needlepoint and the exterior. Okay. Also, one of these panels will also have our yeah, that. Our magnetic snap on it, potentially. Still debating on which one to use. Of course, the one that I just saw didn't get here yet, but it will. Will be fabulous, one way or the other. Okay. Then we're gonna fold this. Oh, sorry if you can't see it. My apologies. Okay. Folding. When you're doing this, if you have a little steaming champion iron, be careful, because that stinker will put the hurt on you. Okay, so this is what it'll look like on the interior as we hang it. And we do that same kind of dart we did at the top and bottom thing here so that we can, so that it comes in and still gives us that little bit of material at the bottom. Okay. All right. And then we just finger press this part down. Okay. Take it right now. Bring it here. And we slide it in. Where's that little I took all my needles. Where's that upholstery needle? I took my doll needle to finishing classes this weekend, and now I just don't have the one I usually have. Okay, so now we're sliding that in, and we're pushing this side panel one forward, and we're grabbing that material and pulling it down and kind of over. Now we're doing it on this side, or pulling it behind the flap. Okay. All right. Now, redo that again. Pull that down behind. Ooh, look how pretty that is. Now, I do have to lift this up a tad to meet that front edge. And then once we get all of this set in, then we take these guys and we slide them in like that, and we will pin these in so that as we sew the lining around, that is also sewn in at the same time. Okay, so like I said, we have our little, everything looks good. I feel like yeah, it'll go all the way down. Feel like for the next one, I want to cut a little bit of the interfacing, heavy interfacing off, because I feel like it is like the perfect size instead of having just that little bit of length. Okay. There we go. Gonna do it like here. Just had a little panic moment. Did I just do that right? So I want enough fusible interfacing here to be able to, when it folds over, that we can grab with the needle. Okay. It really is necessary for this because we are, yeah, you don't need to see my eyes. Because if we don't have that to grab, it's going to end up it being the moray, the fishing line will rip right through it. And it also leads to a really, really nice edge along the top that obviously can be seen even without, I just am cutting off just a tad because I know I made it a little too exact. There. And actually I gotta bring that back over like that. Right? Flip it. Now, I'm sure they have this medium weight with that is fusible, so that you could literally iron it right to it. But just in case there becomes like a crimp in it or something like that, I don't want the lining to literally to stick as hard as it could. Just because give the interior of the purse a little softer look, a little more forgiving. Ow. That finger does not have asbestos covering on it like the other ones do. Yay. Almost did it again. All right. There's that. And now this. We're going to do that. And we're going to do that. Just making sure. Yep, I got a little smear on there. All right. And then we're going to roll that up. Now, you could do the interior like we did the exterior, where you just covered it in, and then ran it in. I've done that before, where you just covered 3 pieces like we did the bottom, and it's just one continuous piece. I just find that this feels like it's a little more forgiving, because if you don't have your measurements really, really fabulous, it can get tight and then you gotta take it back out and redo it. And so I just kind of adopted this specifically for my tiny pieces. Again, it's not, I'm sure that there are tons of methods of just making a bag and putting it in, or, whatever. But we're going to take it and okay. And then this guy, I'm going to press that up as well. So then this would slide in like this. Now, I think this is going to be as far as I can go until I have that other, till I decide on the magnet. Now, I am struggling with this because I did not have as much rotten upholstery needle. Where did I put you? There it is. I did not have interfacing all the way up. I just had that little bit because yes, I have run low on it. And I thought, I can do it. Oy. Every time I do stuff like that, I regret it. Oh, the regret. Okay. Pull that. And bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. I did not catch the back. Oy. Just made that pucker. Not good. The very interesting thing is well, number one, we will be covering all of our mechanics by using cording. But there are plenty of ways that you can do piping and different things like that if you are a talented seam sewer, but I am not. I am more of a I build little puzzles, I guess, for lack of a better word. And yeah, so that's me. Okay, so here we have everything there. Okay. All right. One thing I did do is I moved it and I can't find it. The tab that's going to go over the that's going to have all of the stuff on it. The strap to close it. I am making it so that it's much more flexible. So I took all of the interfacing out of it, and of course I can't lay my hands on it right now because I moved everything so I could prep it. But I will grab those magnets and we'll get back to it. Okay, I fibbed. I am going to do this last bottom piece. Okay, now I'm like thoroughly, oh, there they are. So once I know which way, I'll be able to, because any of that fusible interfacing, you can just pull it right out. So next, I'm just gonna put this, get this all glued on, and one of my little favorite tricks that I have is coming up next. Okay. And bring it up and up. Up. Make sure that it looks like it's going to be straight across because those morays have directional lines. And I'm going to roll that. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Because it's a little thicker. So, okay, it's gonna work. Oop, lifted. Right. There's that. Come over here. Gonna do a little. And this time I'm going to put it right on the edge. Okay. There. And actually, you can see the same trick. I use the same trick that I'm talking about in my Limoges box videos. Because sometimes when you're trying to put something down into something like this, it can get stuck. Because maybe it's not quite as, it's a little too tight in there, etc. And you might have to hoist it back up out of there. All right. Now all pulled around. You get the V fingers, smoosh it out. We're going to cut off the majority. We want no bulk on those ends, okay? No, none, none. Wow. That's terrible. Sorry, this is definitely not the clearest video ever. Then, last one. There. Just like that. So then, hi. Hello, Scrappy. Hello. Hello, little dog. Are you hungry? You ready to go home? Because you're hungry? Oh, that's a yes. I think that's a yes. So you can use kind of anything. Let me see what I got. Don't you jump on me. Don't jump on me. Hold on. All right. So I have some ribbon. So I'm just testing out if this actually fits in the bottom so I know this is set and ready to go for tomorrow. So what you do is you lower the ribbon down in. then you put your piece down in. And what I like to do is I like to set one side first and get it really, like smoothed out, meaning the material that's there. And then slide. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, no. Is it too big? Bugger! Rats! You kidding me? It's a little tight. And this is why we do it. Now, it wasn't tight earlier, but because of Kelly did not take into account the thickness that she used for the sides. Oh, drat. Okay, time to peel that off, and we're going to have to thin it down a little bit on one side. So, you take your iron like this, and you steam the edge like so, and then just because it's reignited that glue, and you're able to just kind of lift it off and salvage your fabric and everything else. Sorry if you can't see it. It's getting dark in here too. Okay. Boop, boop. That. Just gonna this last corner. And of course, I just had to do the wood. So what's gonna have to be done to cut this wood down? Well, it's gonna be, oh, such a joyous time. So I've got this corner loose. I've got this corner loose. So loose, open, loose, open. And now I'm going to take my cutting mat and I'm going to slide it in here. What a mess. I'm going to move some stuff. Okay, hold on. All right. I mean, I really don't want to take off that much because it was so close to sliding right down in. So I'm just going to mark this. All right. Now, this is not going to be pretty. Oh, of course. Where'd I put it? Sorry, guys. Okay. So I have a couple tools to work with. I have a X-Acto blade that is very dull. And then I have my box cutter that locks. I'm gonna put in a fresh blade here. All right. And bring this. Now, typically, I would only do this with a ruler, but because of this situation, I cannot as easily. It's all about the really sharp blade. So now do you see why I don't want to math when it comes to my cording? Because, pain in my tuchus. And I really need to be drawing it from the other way, but now I change ends so that I can. Now, that is not a nice, beautiful edge anymore. Okay, so I'm just going to take this and be so thrilled that basswood is forgiving. Sort of. Yeah, baby. Okay. So take this. Sand it. No sharp points. No, no, no. from here and down. Oop. He's peeking. You peeking? Hmm? Is you peeking? Yeah? You peeking at what Mommy's doing? Yeah? You heard me say that we're going to be going soon? Huh? Did you? Yeah? You good boy? Oh my goodness. I think somebody wants to go home. Yes, yes, dear. Let's just get this last one on, okay? And test it. We're going to test it. Okay? Hmm? Okay? You're Mr. Sassy Pants, aren't you? Yeah, I know. I know. I am a bad mama. I know he's right behind me, and if I move my chair, I'm gonna hit him. Sorry. Okay. So, this is Scrappy. Scrappy is, I don't know how old because we rescued him. And he doesn't have any teefies anymore, except for like 2. And he is a little grumpy old man who also has walked away now. Can't see anymore. He, his breath stays with me after he's left. Lovely. And he is an absolute toady when it comes to seeing other dogs on a leash. He loves kids, loves people, but he has to give everybody what's for when they're on leash. And they look at him like, dude, calm down. Meaning other dogs. I don't know what you're so excited about, dog, but yeah. All right, let's try this again. All right, here's my ribbon. Ugh. I'll be so thrilled if I made it too small this time. Wow, what a mess my table is. As usual. Ooh, perfect. Yeah, that's exciting. Okay. Gotta love that. Okay, so there's our lining. And that. But because we have to put the snap on the back side of this, I am going to pop this out for the evening. Take my little dog and let him go get something to eat. And I will keep going on this tomorrow because tomorrow will be cording, etc. All right, guys. See you in a bit. Oh, wrong mouse. Okay, so back at it. I got the magnets that I was waiting for, and how they go on is you put it on like this and then you smash it down on it. And it would have been on the interior lining that we would have done this, because I wouldn't want to put it on anybody's needlepoint like this. But my concern for this theoretically would be that the lining would constantly be yanked against and on the top edge, and I decided against it. So instead I took out the lining piece. I took the magnet that I had been given by the store, and I put the two little slots on, and then I put it halfway in between, right up at the top, as close as I could. And yeah, so I am not sure how I'm going to try to reinforce it, but I'll figure it out. Because it will pull against the interior lining still, and I want to make sure that it doesn't eventually over time have it be a problem. So we're going to find that needle again, going to put that tab in again behind, then doing the same on the opposite side, and laying it down, and we're going to pin it in place again so that we can get on with stitching this whole piece and go from there. Get that lining secure to the interior. Okay, like that. And like this. Okay. And of course, all my pins. Aha, here's all the ones that don't have glue on them over here. Hold on one second. Okay, so everybody saw how I so I went ahead and put on the tab, I got it sewn together, the two pieces. I have the interior has one of the interfacing, that's the thinner version that I used for the lining, so that it's a little more flexible, pliable. Okay, and I'm not going to put this on the back side yet and get it, but we do need to measure out and put our tabs in. I like to get them all pinned in beforehand so that I don't have to come back and deal with it. And these are the rings. This. And okay. Okay. Set those off to the side. And I am going to end up having to put that I am going to end up having to put the tab in the back, just because I don't want to
take any chances with everything isn't spaced right. So I'll probably put it in and then like pin it to the interior so as I'm sewing around it won't be as big of a deal. And grab that front, and then this back. All right. Okay. That down first. That next. Okay. Visually trying to make sure they look right. Those pinned in. Essentially, I'm just going to click that in. I don't know. Should I go in deeper? Okay. I think that's how I want it. But now I gotta pop that up. Push the lining down in a little so that it's straight across the top. So if I was a sewing machine person, I would be able to put the back piece, the front piece, and this piece in all at once and use a machine right across it. But I'm not, and I know my limitations.
It does not mean that it's not going to be sturdy. It just means that it takes me a little bit longer to do, sadly. All right, then put this one. And this one in. And now I'm going to measure the front. And then pin them in. I don't know if I can contain myself. It's so exciting. Although I'll say done is a beautiful thing. Hmm. Hmm. This one moved. Like this isn't looking even here. Actually, it could be shifted a little to the right. That is gonna be good enough. Okay. All right. And now we stitch. Now, Okay. Ugh. Where are my cheaters? Right there. And my. Okay. Mhm. I think I'm gonna start back here. And just like the other day when I was talking about going around these, I like to pull the lining fabric or that side towards so that my needle is going in and pulling that fabric back to whatever I'm trying to sew in. So I'm going around and making sure that the lining is down and also that everything is coming together, trying to keep these nice and smooth. And as I come over to this loop, I'm going to start going back and forth in between, where I'm going all the way through. Yeah, that's way too high. So I have to put that pin in there to hold that. But I'm going to push this down to make sure that it lines up with the top. Then I'm going to come all the way through. Going to push that back. Adjust my hands. Back side. Through. Sorry, out of camera. Once I get the lining sewn in, then I'm going to come back and deal with extra stitching at anything that any of the purse strap areas for reinforcement. Trying to stay right in the gutter of the material so that you can't see any of the fiber. And on the interior, I'm just catching this front side, which I need to push down some. Because the pin has made it come up a little high. sure it hasn't shifted since I took the pins out. Mm, okay. So then when I come back, I'll stitch in between those lumpy bits. So everybody's pulled together. Looks nice and smooth, hopefully. Okay. I have a feeling I'm going to end up going around this twice, basically, is how I'm going to do this. Actually, I could just start putting the cording on, because cording you take smaller stitches. Typically. So right now that thread is in the tab. I'm going to curve back towards me. That. Grab this front lining. And come through the back. Grab again. Go through the front. Just double checking where my needle's coming through. Down, back through the front. This guy, I'm going to push down inside a little. There. That guy's kind of lifting. That through there. Gonna come into this other piece of lining now. Okay. I'm gonna have to push this lining down a little bit on the side because it's raised up a little. These second pair of glasses, I've become a mouth breather because of them. Pinch off my nose. My non-existent snout. Okay. At this point, I am going to knot it off because I have this lovely little piece of canvas I can grab onto. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. And then if it ever looks like your seam looks, a little pulled, just kind of stretch, and some of it'll help it relax and not be quite so uneven looking. But we're not really worrying about that part right now. Just keep moving forward. All right, so now we go back through the needlepoint into the lining. Oh, man. Okay. Mm. I think the worst part of this is that the realization that I still have a ton of hand sewing to do. So boring for you, and kind of boring for me, but it'll be beautiful. in the end, hopefully. So one of the things I'm trying to decide is the cording strategy. Do I take it, start it here, and go around and do 3 sides, and then do 1 piece around the top, which is, I'm pretty sure, what I'm going to do. And the reason being, well, behind it, is I like having the top look completed. I mean, I'd love to have 1 continuous piece here, but if I do here and the other side, then it means I put little bits across. And when you're visually looking at the top of the purse, I feel like I'd rather see it be 1 continuous piece, but I waver a lot. So I'm trying to really make sure while I am in the clasp area that I'm getting back into the fusible interfacing, or the interfacing that's on this, behind this piece, this snap, so that it isn't just constantly pulling against that fabric. Okay. Mm. So tomorrow morning I probably won't be able to open my hand, kind of like this morning. Hand does not love hand sewing anymore. Now I'm making sure to skip uh, the area where I want to be able to put the cording in. Potentially. Still undecided. Oh, cheese and crackers. Okay. Okay. So I stitched there and there the last time. So now the needle's going through halfway in between each one of those. And this time, instead of worrying about going through to the front for the lining, I'm going to kind of do both. Actually, I'm just going to focus on the back here to make sure it really holds. There. Um, mhm. Ow! Okay. Oh, hello, Scrappy. I did not drop anything on the floor. Much to your sadness. I have no chimpkin. Keep moving. pull it through and cut. Okay. I think it looks pretty good. Give it a little shut. I don't know. I think that's fine. Won't take long to find out, I'm sure, though, if it's not. And so now I'm going to start it at the upper left and work my way around, and it will end over on this side. Scrappy, go lay down. Oop. Ah. Shit. Okay. So I'm also, hold on a moment. Alright, I'm going to put some foam in this so that as I go around, I have something actually solid to hang on to. Tend to be able to go around a little faster. Not a lot, but a little. Ooh, I love sharing this noise with everybody. Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, 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 squeak. One. Am I worried about the snow? Nope. Stupid popcorny crap. I don't care because I just want to be able to hold on to this dumb thing. Okay. And then beautiful. Okay. Cording. Gonna start it. This. Okay. Kind of twist it. Can we see? I'm gonna flip it so that dark gray side of the mat is up so that maybe we can catch a little more of the shine of the fishing line. So I like to kind of lay and see which segment it is hitting this light over a little bit more, so maybe it'll help with the shine on it from that way. Okay. Up here into the needle point. Come on. I'm running it behind. So it's through the needle point from up there. And here's where it's coming out. Okay, try this again. Just pull that out there. Like that. And if you raise it up and kind of twist it, go back and forth, we'll make that fishing line work down in between. And just keep doing the same thing. Okay. All right. Now, I don't want to over tighten this because if I over tighten it, I could potentially make my cording too short. Okay. I think I'm going to have to start videotaping only at night. Too many interruptions. So it's actually easier to also pull a curved needle when there is something solid on the inside because you can kind of push your needle against something, or when the form is nice and tight. Not moving all over the place because it is soft. Right. So for a second there, I forgot that this is, sometimes when you bend the canvas because your needle is there trying to fish around, you got to come back and pull the canvas. And also, you've got to remember that the piece that is in here is wood. And it just didn't want to go through into the backing material. Okay, we're still okay. So this cording is made out of pepper pot, and it's definitely much more it's much stretchier, and so as I'm doing this, I am stretching it out so that it definitely lays smoothly along the edge. I'm gonna run out. Eh. I hope all of you have this on quadruple speed because, oof, boring. So recently, one of the things that has been talked about a lot is how long it takes for everything to get done and why there's such a backlog of finishing. And this is one of those things where if all I ever did was round ornaments, then, you know, as long as I didn't have too many in the queue already, life wouldn't be so bad. But the issue is that, you know, we lost so many finishers during COVID. Were quite literally lost to COVID because their age group was one of the most vulnerable. And some people just didn't want to do it anymore. But it's then trying to replace them with people that had that same kind of experience hasn't always been passed down. And just like I don't do the self-welt because it just doesn't, maybe I just never had the right person show me how to do it. But also, I feel like I know my limitations and I don't need to do everything. I can be a specialist in, you know, more engineered pieces. But I hope that some of you who enjoy doing this, maybe want to be able to work from home, are able to utilize these videos and have a career or a second job, something that helps you, you know, achieve what you like in your life, whether it's, you know, being able to stay home with your kids and work from home, or, you know, you're retired and, but, you know, still want to stay active and do something that you love. But I will say that there are people that have gone on to finish, they started finishing or were starting it when I met them. And yeah, total squirrel moment because I had an issue with my thread. that figures, you know? Oh, I know what it was. So, there are a few people that have started doing finishing, and they've called me and they've texted me and they've said, oh, I'm really struggling with this piece, and I don't know what to charge because it takes me so long to do stuff like this. And it's like they're being able to say no to certain types of finishing is also just as important as, don't take so much that of things that you're just going to look at it and go, oh no, not another one of those. I don't want to do that, because it just leads to unhappiness and when you're trying to work on things, and it's just not worth it. You need to find things that you like. Now, of course, does that mean there will be a shortage on the things that we don't like? Well, yeah, but some of these things, if you don't, you know, know, uh, what you want to do, what you enjoy. There are some things that really, I say this in every class, I really wish every designer took a finishing class so that they know the things that will continue to make their pieces popular, and not so difficult that it takes forever to get them back because it's such a hard time finding someone to finish it. I mean, it just, nope, I don't do that. Nope, I don't do that. Nope, I don't do that means that their piece isn't going to sell, or that it's so expensive to finish because nobody wants to do it. So that's a whole thing. Come on. Okay. And I lift it up like that so it does that whole sliding between the front and the back, into between that section. Mm-hmm. lift it up. Go. Here. Now, lay that across there. And I'm going to tie this off. Almost went right through my thread. Okay. Glue dab. Okay, now now we have an ugly lump. Ah, yeah, it's always something. I am attempting to push that glue end behind the needle point, like this, and pull more of it down in. And I'm going to take that and lift it. There we go. Okay. Now obviously this is going to change a little when we get all the foam out of here. But that's one side done. With that, grab this. This time I'm going to go through that section. This way. Then go into this side lining just a bit. Just that much. And then I'm going to come over here into this lump and come up halfway between, because I can see that where there, I think you can, I can't catch the light with it. So here's the needle right here, right here. Grabbing that lining, because when I sewed it the first time, I came up right there. So now I'm going to try to work it to get just past it, to come in between those. And now that's going to pull that flat like that. We're going to go across this and do the same thing all the way across, where we go in here. Damn it. There. So as we're going along, we're smoothing it. We're trying to. We come up here. Again, running it through. I feel like I missed. Oof. Caught my glasses. So this honestly reminds me of when I am doing blocking, wherever there's a tack in between where you tack it down, these little, don't want to say pull marks, but they are. I mean, you know, you pull one area tight, then you go way over and you pull another area tight, and it looks like peaks and valleys. Then you got to go back and deal with that. Because you want it to be nice and straight all the way across, because boy, nothing looks worse than badly blocked needlepoint. It's tough sometimes. I am not sure I'm gonna make a TPS in time to get this out today. Okay. So it's interesting how much it kind of smooths it out. But once we have the cording on there, you won't see any of it, really, because you can't see that ripply wave. I like the red. Brings it full circle. Okay. Let's grab this next cording. Alright, and then we're going to find that opening. Push. So I'm trying to put the needle right above the glue. Push. Because when you're doing this, if you just, and now I'm going to pull that so it goes straight back down again, hopefully, without screwing up how that little tab hangs. Sorry, I know it's hard to see. Because when I push that down in, the potential for this side piece to pop out is pretty good. So I gotta shift this for a minute. Make sure I'm not doing irreparable, not damage, but making a bigger problem for myself on the interior. I'm just gonna make sure that, and this is the non-pointy end of the doll needle. And I'm switching it now. Really want to get that pulled down so that it's nice and flat. And I'm going to wait a minute to put that in. And oy vey. Did I take it out? I did. Whew. Shocking. Actually knew where my needle was. Okay. So now, when you're doing fabric on fabric, you want to make sure that as you go down it, that you're not pulling too hard and creating pull marks that are much easier to see on fabric. We're pretty lucky with this fabric because it is it's not really variegated, but multi-tonal, maybe? It's a better word. The variations in the color on the fabric kind of make a lot of things disappear. Whereas if it was a silk or something like that, you could come to regret because the way it pulls can get ugly. Whether it's a pull mark in the fabric where it makes it look like a run in your pantyhose. I know. What are pantyhose? A run in your tights. A lot more little kids wear tights still. Adults wear tights still. Not me personally, but avoid anything like that at all costs. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. That. Sorry. Thought I heard something out there. And now we sew again. Get ready to fast forward. All right. I have to find a fingertip. Sorry. Because that's not good. So I'm gonna put this on so that I can maybe go faster. We'll see. Trifecta of fingertip grippers. I have these on solely so that, because as you could see, my skin is now shiny. That is too much. Okay, hold on. I've said that way too many times in this video. Oh my goodness, there are way too many times that I did not hit record when sewing this all together. Okay. Oh well. Okay. I hear doggy toenails on the floor. He's gonna come around and see if I have food. 'Cause he's ridiculous. It's the problem, I can't spin it in my hand like I normally do when I have a band-aid on that finger. But everything I'm touching dries my skin out so much. Fucker. Come on. Trying to make sure that this gets kind of square. On that corner. Do, 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 do. Okay. Are we there yet? Mom, are we there yet? No, not yet. Still have one all the way around the top. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. No, I don't need that. Okay. Forgot why I grabbed the fishing lines. We have to tie it off now. And hot glue it and then cram it down in. Then top last. Then try to open that enough. Cram that in. Mm-hmm. Oh, there it goes. Okay. And all right. Beautiful. So why am I going back here? Because I'm backing this off to the middle, and then I can begin and end my thread there. Maybe not. So I need to look for a spot where I can marry cording, and I think this side is going to be my best option. Let me see. I think I did this backside twice. Yeah. So you have to figure out ahead of time where to leave a gap along the top to be able to put your cording in and out of. Okay. And it definitely isn't back here because I did this side twice, and I don't want to put a beginning and end on the front. So I think we're going to do it right here. It should be okay. Hmm. Floating this all the way up. Let me see. I think I can do it right there. So up here. All right. Just like that. Okay. Then put that stitch. So because this is a little opening and I can see there's fishing line right there, I just want to make sure that this is parallel. So when we come back here to marry the two ends together, I don't know if that's going to work. Ew, bummer. No, we're going to give it a shot. I have to take it out and push it past or do something weird. Oh well. It'll be a fun moment for us all. Okay, so actually jump up a little further. Okay. Enough of a lead. That if I need to pull a bunch of it out, I can. Mhm. So I'm finding that all those places where I didn't get it stitched, that I have to grab it, the material first, and smooth it out. Mm. Hmm. Okay, so I did that wrong. And what do I mean by wrong? By wrong, I mean when I'm going to be sewing along needlepoint, I don't want to be coming up on the face. I want to be coming up on the back side towards the face when I'm sewing stuff on. Um, because if you don't, then what happens is you have a higher chance of seeing fishing line on the face or seeing the glint of fishing line on the face. Okay. That's back there. Come up here. Sorry, didn't mean to wiggle the camera there. Now we go like. And that's why I don't love ending it there. 'Cause then you get these weird little butt ups. Can hardly see. It's too quiet in the studio. Do 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 do. Oh man. I am going to backtrack. Bring up my needle on this side. Just checking to make sure. Now, it's not as smooth as I like, but that's also because it's going around things and I can only control so much of it. I am going to have to come back here and tack this corner back. Now you might be, sorry, I'm just looking back here. You might be tempted to potentially glue something like that area down. Don't. Because when somebody's carrying a bag like this, the failure rate is going to be pretty high. Because they're touching it all the time as they're carrying it. Now, pardon me, I don't know that this person is going to use this purse as a daily purse. Just when she goes out on special occasions. Don't know. But no matter what, don't take the chance. Oh, my thumb. My thumb is not happy. It's just not. And you're not going to get everything down perfectly every single time. You're going to have to go back and fudge it. Throw a couple extra stitches in. Yep. Yeah, like, why does she keep putting that back up and down? Because I just caught the fiber of the cording. Bugger. Okay. Oh, Scrappy, you waking up? Such a lovely snoring sound. On that note, one of my favorite Zoom classes had a woman that had her dog sleeping in her lap. And the dog kept snoring. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. It was hilarious. There. Keep that shut like that for now because I don't want to keep bending that interfacing out. Okay. Ooh, light at the end of the tunnel. Mhm. I'm gonna have to get my little dustbuster Dyson out and sweep this out now. Just checking to see if it's raining still. Alright. Darn it. Okay. Oops. Pulling the seam. Gotta bury this. Mhm. Oh my gosh, come on. That is one strong magnet. Dang. Get down in the bag. Okay. Mhm. Okay. This is annoying me. I'm gonna have to get my doll needle out because that's annoying the heck out of me. Something in that seam is not letting it lay correctly. Jesus, scared the crap out of myself. I think this is my heavyweight. Okay. Hmm. Mhm. Hmm. Okay. And then we go like this. Oh my gosh, I see the end in sight. Praise the Lord and pass the peanut butter. I'm so happy. And here we go. Tying it off. Yes. All right. Wow. I've been sitting too long. My behind is not loving this. All right. Moving closer. And now we gotta tie this off. Get these cords married. Okay. An inch past where we began our, where we put our cording in the beginning. Okay. Cut it a little shorter. Oh my goodness, this light is right next to my ear and it is going. It could just be my brain after all of this. And I'm basically going to have to go home and soak my hand. Okay. Mm-hmm. I think I know what that is. That bump is the interior interfacing, maybe? Making it stinky cheese. Yes, yes, I know. I'm avoiding. Here we go. Oh, it is over there. Okay. So this rolls forward. This rolls forward. Mm. Slide that in. I did not do a great job gluing it. Kelly, Kelly, Kelly. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Okay. Pull this forward. There it goes. And you slide it. So there's a stitch right there. So that fishing line's like, yeah, no. You want to do what? Oh, I don't think so. Bop, 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 bop. Back up. Okay. So you pull it straight out and just underneath, right? I'm going to go down one, turn. The difference on this is compared to the other. Let's see if I shut that off, if it helps. Nope. And then you pop that side under. And we're going to turn it again. And that's going to work. And boop. It just disappeared. I'll take you. All right. Now, the fun is sewing back and forth to make sure this isn't a blatantly obvious. Oh, look, Kelly ended and began it there. Fabulous. So, I think it is that. Look at that. Sorry, I'll keep going back to that because it's annoying me. Didn't help. Okay. And now I can't see. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's get this sewn. So I'm going to the front part. I am gonna go so this is this cord coming over. I'll take this. I just ran it right straight through that section. Try to slide it in the best that you can. Okay. Then we're going to pick up that piece of material, the curved needle. Come past. Okay. Now we spin it. Okay. We're going to come up between the sections. And you have to constantly be making sure that you're going with that direction. Okay? Then grab up. I mean, I don't love it. But up. Let's see if coming back will help pull this down. There we go. And pull that forward a little. So my issue with this is the bulk. It's just not easy to hide. And as my daughter would say, need to not worry about that, Mom, because not everybody is gonna be as da da da. And I'm like, I don't care. It doesn't look right. Doesn't look right. It needs to be fixed. The best we are able. So my problem with this right now is that that guy right there is too big. I am going to grab, and part of that is because it is, the material is not butting right up against it. Now, you do run a risk when you're doing this of like overstitching and creating a problem child. Just saying. Like that pucker right there. So we gotta let it relax a little bit. This is our last one. We're gonna bring this under. Come in here. Grab that material. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now, just gonna grab that. 1, 2, 3. Who you want to be? Not it. No. Oh God, sorry. Sorry if that was all off camera yet again. Kind of infamous for that, aren't I? I am just going to give myself a second. And come back in and manipulate this a little bit. And then all right. Here we have the purse. I'll do this. All right. Now, Okay. Almost makes me want to get an industrial sewing machine. But no thanks. Okay. I got enough tools. I did not just say that. Okay, so there's that. The other test. Not test. Putting the ring through there. And putting the ring through there. Through there and there. Oop. Come on, open up. I have no coordination. Okay. Well, we have come to the end. And here it is again, just like you saw it in the beginning. You watched every tearful moment as I plodded through and made my, well, you didn't watch me make the flap, but you did see the process of trying to figure out how I wanted to finish it. So with this in mind, I hope that you all are ready to go out and take your finishing to the next level. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe, and if you need any help, please reach out to me. I'm more than happy to help you out however I can. Thanks again for watching. Happy finishing.